Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here. Mission of Covenant, break of seven seals. Brothers and sisters, we had a special presentation, series. I plan to, it's about 5 versions, right? For the rest of the week until next weekend. I can't do it all today. I'm trying to cover, be comprehensive, get a full picture of what's this all about, where it's coming from, what's inspiring it, where we're going, who's the motivators, so forth. Identifying everyone. See, you have all those clowns out there talking all they have no idea what they're talking about. I have one person talking about God against Russia. Well, he got that from the Christian because that's what they say. It's totally wrong. And they're going to pay a heavy price for it. They talk about things they have no idea what they're talking about. So I'm putting the information out. Like I said, the information's out there. But I'm trying to capsulize it into a more visual, if you will, right? Because all the pieces, but like you have a puzzle, so all the pieces out there. So I'm trying to put the puzzles together in a general way, because you may not get this now, but you're gonna get it in a minute. You're gonna have to be forced to. Be forced to, because things are changing very rapidly. Farrakhan's talking about climate. Watch the weather. Yeah, watch the weather. Yeah. Now it's quiet. Yeah, watch the weather. See, the thing is that what's the climate? What's the climate in the world right now? It's changing very rapidly, very rapidly, and there's no one to explain it. And everybody's talking around because they have no idea what's going on. So I'm gonna try to give you a comprehensive picture. So let me talk about a few things, just lay it out. Because that's what I'm gonna do today. I'm gonna try to lay out some baselines, right? Some predicates, some foundation. So you have some idea. The next few days I'm talking about. First of all, and we don't take and jump around the scriptures here. We explain it all. You don't take out any, add any, take, and the sealed Bible, the Bible you have is sealed. It tells you it's sealed. And also, Daniel is sealed. They tell you that. So that means what they're saying, unless they broke the seals, they have no idea what they're talking about. None whatsoever, unless they broke the seals. And none of them that I know of have claimed they've broken the seals. Muhammad didn't make that claim, neither did Master Muhammad. He said only one person will be able to do it. So it's several characters in the end times. There's never been anything like this. Like it was hard to identify Prophet Muhammad because you could look at scriptures, it's hard to identify. You know, no name anything. I mean, they say Ahmed was in there, but that's another name for Muhammad. But right, Elijah, bam, right there, in there, and tells you when he will come, to what people he will come to, right? It's Moses and Elijah, same person, right? Because it tell you Malachi, you tell you, and so, and the name will actually be Elijah. And I don't know every prophet or messenger came to actually say his name. And that was a little story behind that because Master Muhammad was going to change his name to Kareem, I believe it was. And he said, no, I'm going to keep it like it is. He was born named Elijah. And said, he would say that God came to him, right? And if you read Exodus lays out the whole, even though it's sealed, it lays out in general, right? It's sealed because the names and different things like that there. But the certain events, right? They're pretty obvious. The God would come, he raised Elijah. Elijah would go about 40 some years, which he did. Then he would be part, and then Aaron would come and mess up everything, which has happened. And then it would be passed on to Joshua, who was Joshua was actually right, under a follower of Elijah, right? Then he would be the one to take everybody home. So the thing is that you have to understand what's driving this whole affair. I try to tell you energy deprivation. I don't think I'm gonna go into that too much. Well, in short, the energy deprivation is the universe opens and closes. See, Elijah didn't tie this to the universe. You never heard that before. But the universe opens and closes. So it expands. That means you can't create energy, you can't destroy it. It means all the energy that used to be here is out there. It means we have less and less energy. Because the earth had less and less energy. Because the Quran says the earth and heavens were one. That means all the energies in heavens was in the earth. I mean, the earth was very rich, very energetic. We have all kinds of energy. I mean, everything was highly energized. All the energy that's out there in the universe now. But then as it goes away, with energy decrease until it gets to the point where unless the universe continues until it just totally evaporates, then it gets to the point where the energy is very low. And then it starts contracting, and energy starts coming back. Then the Quran says it's momentous in the heavens and earth, but it comes to you, that means it's coming back to the earth. The heavens are coming back to the earth. It's momentous in the heavens and earth, but it comes so energy is coming back. So and we can prove that it comes back in 50-year, approximately 50-year frequencies. So we won't get to that too. So that's where we're at. We're in the middle. We're at the point in time where we saw energy deprivation, because this was the time where all the energy was Earth. The universe is maximum extension, right? And now it's contracting. But at that point, at the max, we was at the worst energy. We was at the worst state. We had no energy to do anything. It takes energy to do anything: to talk, to sleep, to close your eyes, to go to bed. It takes energy. Everything, any motion requires energy. It takes energy to think. So all our thinking ability, all our physical ability, everything was diminished because we require so much energy to maintain this. It takes energy to maintain us. So we are energy. So if you can make a being that requires less energy, then we can do things that we could not do. And that's Adam. He'd be a weaker version of us. If we Lamborghini, we make a level off like a beetle. Well, it'd be a weaker version, but it still can get around. It still can do things that the Lamborghini can do just not as well. So they make me shed blood, but they can still rule. So we need somebody to rule, because we didn't want the planet just go to hell. Well, it did go to hell, but you're still saying it didn't go to chaos. That's the basic idea behind that, brothers and sisters. Right. So in their rule, but the universe starts contracting again, and we start energized. Well, Adam don't want to give up his rule. He wants to maintain control. And so now you're gonna have a conflict between us and them, because we're at the bottom and they're at the top. We're in submission to them. But now it's time for us to rise back to it, and we're going to take the earth back because it belongs to us. And they're going to do everything to resist, and that's where we are right now in time. That's the math of it. So, what I'm going to talk about, we talk about the scriptures. And you understand scriptures, because the universe is constantly changing, right? It's like the weather keeps changing. So you got to have scriptures that tell you, like say, if you need scripture for the spring, you need scripture for the summer, you need scripture for the winter, for the fall, right? Because scripture for the spring is not going to work in the winter, because it's constantly changing. And we got 4 seasons every 25 to 24, 25,000 years. Each one 6,000 year period. That's where 6,000 years come from. So we just come out of a so-called winter season, right? 6,000 years. Now we're going to spring season, right? That means that winter people was ruling during the winter season, and the summer people was in submission to them, because they know what to do. They had to depend on the summer winter people. But now that the spring is coming in, the winter power is drying up. It's weakening. They get weak because snow and ice, all the stuff that was their power, right? It's dissolving right before their eyes. But they want to maintain it. They don't want to let it go. At the same time, right? Everything is warming up, and now we start getting inspired. We start getting stronger. Then you got a conflict between the two. See, and that means the whole earth is being energized. Global warming. See, that's what that is. But they think it's bad. Yes, it's bad. It is bad for them. But it's good for us. But they, they don't characterize it that way. They might even see it that way. But global warming makes it warm because with all polar caps, because right now the Earth is really cold because less energy. You got cold polar caps, you got ice, you got less water because most of the water's all iced up on the North Poles, on south, north, south, north, south. So you got less water, so you got more deserts. You see what I'm saying? You see the pattern there? See? And so the Earth doesn't produce as much. So in other words, now you got to farm. You didn't have to farm before. You got to force the Earth to produce. That means not enough for everybody. So if not enough for everybody, people be fighting, killing each other to get what is there. You see the point? When you look at it, understand the basic, you see what's going on. That's why you had to put Adam in there and say, okay, these, keep them total chaos. Have some control over it. Otherwise, everybody just be killing each other because there'd be less food and everybody's killing everybody trying to get food and because you won't be able to farm because how are you going to farm? Everybody's fighting all the time. So that makes it even worse. Because you had no government say anything. Everybody's, well, see, you got total. So Adam was the, you understand? And we was told to submit to Adam. Right? Because if we submit to Adam, right, that was bad news for us. But if we, some people, if we submit to Adam through the winter, then we'll be around when the spring comes. If we don't, we get wiped out and there's no spring. You understand? I'm saying the basic idea, brothers, this is what's going on here. That's the long and short of it. And I'm going to go in more detail later. That's why Adam was made during that period of time. But he can't, remember, he's a winter person. So the thing's going bad for him now. But he wants to hold on to the winter. He can't. Because now he's moving to the spring. Now it's our time. See? But they don't keep us from understanding that because they have control over us. They're going to try to, even trying to hold on to the winter because we don't know any better. Because we don't realize spring is in our favor. Now we be energized. And that process started in the 1860s. And you see, if you go back every 50 years, we had a surge, right? From the blues, and the music goes with it. The blues, 1860, look at when it came out. 50 years later, jazz, we got more jazzy. Blues, Black and Proud. First was called niggers, then it was called colored people, then it was called African Americans. And now we're another 50-year edge again. So nothing dramatic is about to happen. Something dramatic is about to happen. So now you got the basic idea. So let's go in and see if we can. And that's the basic. Maybe I'll elaborate on that another time. But that's the basic idea. If you understand that, more these other people understand because they don't know what's driving this thing. So you realize that devils is nothing they can do to prevent the spring from coming in. Nothing we can do with spring coming in. But we can be lost in the winter if we don't understand that spring is in our favor. And that was going to take as many of us out. Because at some point, he's going to say, you must be the reason spring is coming in. So if they can get rid of us, maybe they can keep the spring from coming in. It won't work that way, but that's what they're thinking. But even whether it works or not, how many people would die as a result of their ignorance? As the Bible says, my people are lost for lack of knowledge. So I hope I gave you a general idea there, brothers and sisters. Right? Okay. So let's go into so let me play this.
Three. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. 5. And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold, therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury, it upheld me. 6. And I will tread down the people in mine anger, and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring down their strength to the earth.
Okay, bro. So that's a comment from the Messenger of the Covenant. Okay, the one that Farrakhan and they never mentioned, even though the Bible talks about that person in Malachi. So he says that he would be alone. He couldn't find anybody to help him. And there's all things too. You know, there's a lot of hints. So let's talk about that character for a minute. Check something else. Let's deal with that character for a minute, right? Let's see here. Now there's a lot of hints. So that's not. I remember the sealed book. There's a lot of hints in there. But first, if you're familiar with the key and you're familiar with the spirit, it's called the angel. That in Arabic it's called the angel. Right? In English they call it the gospel, revelation specifically. And only one person said could do that, break the seals. And unless you know someone has broken it, then you don't have no idea what that book is saying. And you might as well stay out of it because you have no idea what it's saying. It's sealed. It's just like, it tells you, it says, the trumpets, right? But it says, when the last trump sounds, well, a trump is not a trumpet. When the last trump, they said, when they even say last trumpet, they say last trump sounds. They gave a big hint right there. That means the leader of God would be named Trump. See, you don't catch that. Okay. A lot of hints like that. And I don't like to go into those hints like that because, right, the hints, I can't do the mathematics of it, and I don't like because people say, oh, well, you know. But there's a lot of hints like that. And so it's like the hints. See, I'm going to show you what I mean because there's a lot of hints right here. What you say, oh, man, he's stretching that. Let me give you some hints here. Okay. That's why I don't really do it. Right, I keep those hints to myself because I like to stick with stuff that I can actually prove mathematically. I don't want to, oh man, he just pulling stuff out of his behind like Farrakhan would do. It talks about the Messiah, right? Now I'm gonna get into that a little bit, maybe not today. We did this whole idea about the Messiah. Okay. So, what's going on here? Okay, now they call him the Christ. There's no, if you go in the manuscripts, the original translate, there's no Christ, Jesus Christ. That name doesn't exist. I proved it. I showed it. I've talked about it again. It doesn't exist. And I give $5,000. You show me. That's names they made up. They're not in the original scripture. In the original manuscripts, Hebrew and Aramaic, right? But the Quran, that's Semitic language, but it's Arabic. The name Jesus Christ is just not there. That's the name they made up, and they went through a whole lot of stuff to get it. I'm move on. Okay. But anyway, it says this person, that's the Messiah, that you call Jesus, whatever, said he said when he was conceived, there a star would rise in the east, right? To herald his conception. So right? It'll be a sign. Star rising. Some people think that's a physical star, right? Well, it is a physical way. That means you pay attention, if he rose in the east, that means he must be in the west. Because for him to see it in the east, he had to be in the west to see it in the east, right? That means he'd be in the west when the star rose. Then I said, what was the star? What star did rise in the east? False Israel. Remember that was flagged the star. And it rose up in 1490, So if that's the truth, that means the Christ, or the Messiah, will be conceived at the same time. So they'd be the same age. That's a big hint right there, if it's true. Then it said he'd be born amongst the cattle. You heard Jersey cattle? That's what the cattle called, right? He'd be the one that would establish the new ark. Things the scripture say. You see? And the curious thing about it is, they said he had a twin brother named Thomas. But where did that come from? Why did they throw that in there? Because we don't know anything about no. It says in the scripture he had a twin brother named Thomas. So, but we know only one person was born. So that twin brother must be on the other side of him. Because we know there's only one person was born there, according to Scripture, so-called Jesus. She married and had two sons. But Scripture tells you he had a twin named Thomas. So that may be the name that he was actually born with, Thomas. So you have a person named Thomas, right? He's born in the West. If that was star born in the East, and that's the so-called false Israel, then he'd be born over here in the West, over in America. And not only that, but he'd be conceived at the same time they were conceived. Well, that's coincidence. And he'd been in a place called Newark, Jersey. Those little hints there. So you make what you will. So if those hints don't make any sense, that'd be this person be born named Thomas. He'd born in Newark, New Jersey. Right? He'd be conceived in 1948. You know anybody like that? That's what it says. So I mean, if that's true, that would be the because see they're called the Antichrist, because the mathematics of it, if you got 5 on one side and a negative 5 on the other side, right? So they're opposite of him. That's why they call it Antichrist. He's called the Christ of the Messiah. So you make it what you will. That's what Scripture says. I mean, those are hints. So I'm telling you right away, that's hints. It's like Trump, that's a hint. There's a lot of other hints too. Right? So just throw it out there. But it sure don't sound like Farrakhan does it. Plus, they tell you the description right, he'd be black with nappy hair. That description don't meet Farrakhan, doesn't meet Master Muhammad either. See, Master Muhammad is not the son of man. He's the God. There's no doubt about that. But see, son of man itself, I'm just talk for today, like something trying to lay a foundation for what I'm going to be talking about next for a few days. Whether this son of man, see, a lot of Muhammad's interpretation was that was son of a man. Well, the son of a man. No, it comes from Solomon. Solomon is another, because Saul is a play on word. Saul, Oman. Saul in Latin or whatever means son. I don't know what it means in other language, but Saul is son. So because Solomon was probably the wisest man ever lived. Well, we would think the son of man would be the wisest man ever lived, right? So he was he was the son of David, but David's the one that slew Goliath. And if you understand that story, Goliath is false Israel. So that means he would be, right, a spiritual son of David. That's from Muhammad, because he'd be the God, and he'd be the son at that time, the spiritual son. That's put it out there. Just little hints there. That's where Suleiman comes from. Son of man is from Suleiman. Because he'd be Suleiman, he'd be the one. Right? So it's just little hints. So let's go on a little further here and let's go on some mathematics. Talk about the hints. Let's lay some things out there for you. Now, in this case here, I'm going to just talk, right? Do you think you enter garden while there's never befallen you the lack of what fell those who pass away before you? And first of all, if you got to enter garden, you haven't got there yet. So the garden is some place that you want to get to, but you're in a place because you're in a place that you don't want to be in. Right? And it says to enter, you have to go through distress, affliction, and violence. Right? And the messenger would be with you. Right? And you won't get any help until you're actually going through it from the God. Right? So let's look at this. Now, the question nobody asked themselves is, well, where's the stress, affliction, and violence coming from? That's from where you are. The people prevent you, if you understand the scriptures, they prevent you from getting to the garden. You got people that's trying, I said they're going to try to stop you from rising. That's where you get the stress and they're going to shake violence. That's what get to what I'm talking later on. I want you to understand this. They're going to apply. They're going to go at you violently. They're going to try to stop it. Every stress, we're going through stress and affliction all right now, right? But it's going. When that doesn't work, they're going to resort to violence, which they're already preparing for that right now. So you got to understand the climate. You talking about such weather? What's the climate right now? You have noticed it. If you're still watching the NFL and NBA, you have no idea what's going on in the world, none whatsoever. And they're closing in on you. And you see, listen to what they're saying. Listen to the climate. This is what's going on in America. Look what Trump is doing. You pay attention to this stuff. All of a sudden, he wants to put troops in the cities. Who's in the cities? He already told you who the cities is. Go back, I got a clip there in the saying. I don't know if I'm gonna play it today or not. But he says, well, he can't get the. He said we got to keep the immigrants here in the field, in the farms, because the people in the city won't do that work anymore. Even the devil says, he talking about black people. Well, why he put it like that? Why he gotta say the people in the cities won't do that? Don't do that work? And why can't he say Americans won't do the work? And he's talking about niggas. Niggas ain't gonna do that. Why? And he says we tried to get him to. What you mean you tried to get us? What was the process by means of you trying to get us back in those fields again? You paying attention to that? And then this guy Charles Kirk, that he's go check that guy. What that guy was saying. He was against black folks. He said all kinds of stuff. He said black women was stupid, and those jobs the guy that stole them. And they honor that guy. And he was a friend of Trump's family. He was open with this stuff. He has podcasts. He was out, and he's talking about, black folks are stupid and all that. I mean, he was straightforward with this stuff. So they armed him and everything else because they feel emboldened, because Trump emboldens them. When Trump says stuff like, oh, we can't get the people in certain areas to go out and pick their cotton in the fields or whatever in the fields anymore. We've been trying. How was you trying? How was you trying to do that? And we got people like Tucker Carlson. He's a main figure. He's out there saying, America should be all white. And that's our laws. Because when they say we got laws, they should when the nation set laws. So we don't need birds don't need laws because everybody knows how to be a bird, right? But if birds had a kingdom, and then cats want to come to the kingdom, then the birds have to make a law so the cats know how to act. But they got to act like the birds, so they have to be clear to them. Otherwise, they would need laws. Because animals don't need laws. They work fine. So the law is for us, not for them. The law is for us, not them. So we know how to act like they want us to act. Otherwise, and if we act like them, if you're a cat, act like a bird, you're not going to be happy. You have high blood pressure and everything else. That's the law. But he said, the Lord, he says, culture is embedded, it's enshrined in the law. So the law is really an expression of who they are. And you better obey it, or we'll kick your ass, or get you out of here, or we'll put you in jail, we'll beat you down. That's what he's saying. And do you read they talk right in our face, and we like dogs, right? I'm gonna take your ass and put you down. I'm gonna take you to the vet, and we're gonna put you to sleep. The dog just wagging his tail, licking and everything. You see, because he had no idea what the hell he's talking about, and God tell him to his face. That's what they do us. But I know what they're saying because I started watching NBA, NFL. I spend my time in the library, educated myself. That's another thing. He said the Son of Man be self-educated. Like Muhammad said that. Muhammad was not self-educated. He tells you his father educated him. From books he got, Mother Scientists. You know damn well Farrakhan wasn't ever self-educated. And Elijah was educated by Master Muhammad. I'm self-educated. That's proof. I didn't get past the 9th grade. Because I'm looking around and said, teacher, every time I go to these classes, teacher pulled out a book. And they read from the book. I said, I can read a damn book. So I can read out what I studied. I want to study them. That was into that. Well, I went to a couple of college courses to see what was going on there. But I got a thing I said, you don't know shit, right? Everything I say on there, I know all that stuff. Calculus, trigonometry, vectors, physics, gravity, nuclear fusion, all of it. I know all of it because I studied on my own, and I ain't spend time trying to figure out what LeBron's doing, Kanye, Beyonce. I don't give a fuck what they doing. They don't give a fuck what I'm doing. You understand what I'm saying? So they say it's right in front of your face. They're saying it. They're closing in on you. They're building these detention centers. You have to pay attention to that. The detention centers was for immigrants when they go get, when immigrants take and they catch them, they put them in detention centers, they get a damn court. Decide to be deported or not. But Trump got past that. They don't need detention centers anymore. So why are they building them? They got one in Florida, they build another one. Second one in Florida, even bigger. They had a court test on that one. And then they built a big one in Texas. What do they need them for? What do they need them for? And then they had to put troops in cities. What cities? All black cities. You see, easing up on you. And now trying to, all they got to do, now they can shoot you if you riot or anything. So now they got to get you to riot. Get you to get upset, do anything. Right? And then you say, okay, if a guy's out there, he's out there just mass shooting everybody, right? But he don't have no bullets. He got the gun. I mean, you don't have the gun. But I give him a gun, and I keep getting bullets, so he keeps shooting people. I keep getting bullets. If I don't get the bullets, he can't shoot anybody anymore, right? So who's responsible for killing? Is he or the person that's giving the ammunition? Because without the ammunition, he couldn't do anything. He might want to get mad and throw some insults. But the person giving the ammunition isn't that the person that's really the one that's behind this? If you understand that, then who is doing that stuff over in Gaza? That's America's doing it. For us, this was just pulling the trigger. With the weapons and the ammunition, they couldn't do it. So why is America doing this? Because they setting the stage for you. The media ain't saying anything about that. And those people over there, they surrounded by famine and everything else, and they're getting their ass killed, and everybody's not saying anything. You don't have anybody come to your aid. They got people that could come to aid, won't. We don't have anybody come to our aid. They got to get rid of you. And they close in on you. And you ain't paying attention. And now they got these stupid ass movies, right? Oh, we mixed marriages now. What's his name? Anyway, all these so-called stars now, all of a sudden they got mixed marriages now. Snipes, what's the other one? Michael, whatever his name is, the karate guru. What's the other one? The comedian, what's his name? Murphy. And then all the ads, interracial, keep you fine, like everything is great. And then all of a sudden, these black guys, man, they super like, we had, what's his name? The stupid comedian, what's his name? His name, right? Oh, he do $1 billion deals. He runs a CIA agent thing. He runs, that bullshit. And every time you look at it, they got these houses, man. The bathroom is as big as my whole house. Oh, that's bullshit. That's not the way black folks live. Not even close. I mean, sure, hopefully live like that way. Because it's all to deceive you to make everything great. Fine. It ain't but the party, both of them in on it. It says, let's do shrewdly. I'm sure you in a minute. Let's do shrewdly with them. They'll see it coming. So ask you, why would they want to do that? Have you paid attention lately? They don't need you anymore. The kind of jobs you have, if they allow you to have, they don't need you anymore. You've been to China lately? They got like a computer, a robot city there. They got robots doing that shit. Driverless cars. And they didn't want that here, but they don't need you anymore. That's how they got you out the damn fields. I want to take a little time to spend with that in a minute before I go any further, brothers and sisters. See, they telling you in slavery, and everything I say, don't take my word for it. Go and check it out. They're telling you that they had slavery, civil war because of free you. That's bullshit. That came afterwards. The point is, they went to every 50 years I keep telling you about. They went to industrial age. That means they didn't need you on the farms anymore. Didn't need you there. right? They start manufacturing stuff. They call them, used to call them plants. Like you used to call chitlins where it really is. But then you got to write, oh, plants sound too much like plantation. They changed the factories. They used to call them plants. And that was the problem. Because masters didn't need all those slaves on the fields anymore. They could cotton gin, all that kind of stuff, right? So they said, well, I got these slaves, what am I going to do with them? So what they do is they go to the plants and say, okay, the plant, they say he pay $5 an hour. That's a lot of money back, maybe $1 an hour. Say $5 an hour. The white boys get $5 an hour, right? So the man said, hey, I use my slaves here, man, for $1 an hour. Because they won't get the money. And they don't get no slag, they don't get no problems. They don't ask for lunch, nothing. You just give them $1 an hour. Right? Now he gonna get the money. And so the family said, yeah, man, shit. Give me a whole bunch of them. I only got paid. I can get 5 of these for one of these guys. Right? And so the white folks start getting mad and say, hey, we can't compete against that. Let me tell you the actual fact. We can't compete against that. They taking our jobs. So they kind of tried to have, after they call Missouri Compromise right there, tried to compromise with the South. Say, look, you know, the North was, they say it was North, but Jersey was a big slave state too. So don't give me that. It was all, Harriet Tubman. She was a slave owner. She was a plantation up in New York. In fact, Wall Street was made before there was the capitalist, financial money market. It was a slave market. That's why they call it Wall Street. The line of slaves were calling the walls. They trying to trade like the Northwest. Oh, it was just the South. Bullshit. It was all over the country. Anyway, the North was mostly, they said we can't compete against that, man, because we getting a job. We don't have no jobs. So they try to compromise. They said, okay, well, you do it in the southern states, but don't do it going westward, the new western states. So I said, hell, we can't stop a state, but we do it. We don't do it. And North got pissed off, and that's why they got in the fight about it. Right? It wasn't nothing about freeing you. It was about keeping you out of them damn jobs. Right? Because they wanted them. And so the war wasn't going too good for the North. And somebody told Lincoln, said, look, you get these niggas out there and tell them that if they help fight on the North side, you free them. That's where the emancipation came on. Just check it out and take my word for it. It's okay. They promised them. They got to turn the war around and won the war. Because we are the best soldiers. They want to tell you that part either. That's why it's so fierce. And then they promised, did you get the 40 acres and mules? Did you get in that stuff they promised you? They put most of the soldiers in concentration camps and starved them to death. They immediately started trade guilds, apprenticeships, and unions. They keep you out of those jobs. So the slaves that had those jobs, they ended up losing them because they couldn't work them. That's what they did. It was about jobs. Every 50 years, it's about the same thing. The last one, right, in the 60s, right, they were sending their jobs over to China. Because they didn't need you anymore. They said, hey, we can, same idea, right? I got to pay this nigga. Remember, Detroit was like a mecca, industrial. They said, well, I got to pay this nigga $10 an hour. I can send a job to China for $2 an hour. Remember, the music, it fits right every 50 years. Check it out. Blues, we had the blues at first. First come out, Burkout changed blues, so we know what the hell to do. 50 years later, it's called niggas. And 50 years later, jazz, and also now was colored people. 50 years later, right, blues, now we're black. American, black and power with afros and stuff. Check it out, don't take my word for it. And now we're on the 50-year mark in, something dramatic is about to happen. But anyway, see, they start sending their jobs over there because and so therefore, boom, black folks start in trouble again. You see? Because they ain't need you anymore. They can bless us to do it for them cheaper. And so I'm cut to the chase here because there's a lot more details, but let's cut to the chase. Right now, what's going on now? They don't need you. They got all the kind of jobs you do. I don't care if you're administrative or whatever. They got robots to do that stuff now. Have you checked out what's going on in China? I mean, they had a situation where this woman, she was like a You go to buy airplane tickets and stuff like that, right? And this went on for a few weeks. They go in there, bought paper tickets from her, she give them tickets and everything else. And then they found she was a damn robot. No, man, I couldn't figure this out. I think it's in Japan, I think this was. It might have been in China. They got superior technology. The only reason America wants to do it, but they do it, that means you won't have no jobs. And they know if you do that, you're gonna go crazy. And you're gonna have worse riots than you did in the 70s. You're gonna tear this country apart. So therefore they gotta figure out a way to neutralize you so they can move on to the next stage, because they don't need you, absolutely don't need you for anything anymore. Now that guy, what's this guy? I guess I've got a name, Boot something. He ran for president down in Texas last time around, right? Boot something, whatever. And they asked him about that. They said, what's going to happen when they go automate everything in AI and black folks have no jobs? Oh, well, that's not a problem. We just want something to check. You believe that? No jobs for you anymore. The government just going to send you checks so you can live off checks. That's what's going on. And that was going on over there. America is really doing that. It's a test case, because the world ain't doing a damn thing about what's going on over there. Which then when they start doing it to see you over here, who's going to help you? They got people that possibly help them over there, but they don't. There are Arab natives all around them. We got nobody. Plus the media ain't even going to report to the rest of the world, because they ain't reporting this. It's on board. It's already. That's why it says when time comes, you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. No, it's destruction. That proves that false Israel is not true to Abraham, because it says when they control Jerusalem, so it's their destruction. People don't pay attention to that part, because Christians, they get around that and say, oh, Jesus is going to save the last man. That's not what it says. It says their destruction. It said for you, at that time, you should flee, because at that point, you're going to realize who you are, because that seat is up there to keep you from realizing who you are. Once you unify under a certain same vision, people without vision perish. When you have a certain vision, they got to shut you down. That's why you got said flee immediately. So if they tell you flee immediately, pay attention to that. Why would you have to flee immediately? Why be so you're in such panic mode that you can't go in your house and get your baby? It says you can't go in your house and get anything. You can't tell you got to flee. Why would it be so dramatic like that? Ask yourself that question. Because it's already set up. The snare's already set. It's got to pull the trigger. They ain't got to come in and get you. It's already set up. He putting troops in the cities where, he called it crime. We got to give it a crime. Oh, we got detention centers. We don't need them anymore. Got genocide. We're getting murdered. I saying a goddamn thing about it. And the media's not even calling. He told, especially Spock News, man. It's like there's a picnic going over there. And you don't put these pieces together? They got to get rid of you. They don't need you anymore. And they want to bring that in because they want to compete with China and everybody else, and they don't need you anymore. What they going to do with you? What are they going to do with you? You ain't going to sit around and just starve to death. You don't see it coming? The atmosphere? All of a sudden, you got Trump. He's saying, oh, we can't put the people we're in the cotton fields anymore. And this guy Kirk just got killed. Openly, having all these big conferences or whatever you call them, right? And he's openly saying stuff, negative stuff about black folks. Okay, I hope you understand. Okay, let me move on. I'm just giving you some hints. I'm telling you the climate. And remember, he's saying this stuff openly. I can show you some tapes of him saying stuff. And what? He's embraced by the president. They flags half staff on the news. Oh, he's such a. Oh, he's so sad. And he was openly speaking negative about black people. I mean, in the most violent ways that you haven't even heard in years. You might have heard that some Ku Klux Klan years ago, but they're coming out because people are emboldened because they hear what Trump's saying. Look at the programs. Right now, right, it's a course of wisdom. Because it's illegal for him to have American troops on American soil to police American citizens. Remember, you be human. So he can do it. And he's around, he brings to see somebody, I'm going to stop crime. What city? Inner cities. Why, how can he bring to suburbs? He's closing in on you. And you sitting around here, oh man, I wonder what Kobe's doing, man. Oh, I wonder Kobe in heaven. Right? Is when he playing, I wonder he's shooting up there. I wonder what LeBron's doing. Hey, Beyonce, let me check your website. That's what's going on, brother and sister. Let's move on. But they tell you that's what they're going to do to stop you from getting the hell out of here. The stress, they're going to violence. Okay, I'm gonna briefly eugenics. Look up eugenics. Eugenics is that's pretty. You in a nutshell, you say that's what Hitler applied to. Because when you say you're a pure race, that's eugenics. It means eugenics comes from the word genes. It means you got the best genes. And so eugenics is still popular in America, but it's undercover now. But back in the 20s, back in they used to have a thing called world fairs. I don't know how many more. But that was the big thing they promoted back then, right? Eugenics. And the whole idea was Caucasians. Wait a minute, let me fool. I just hit me. Remember that commercial they was talking about just a few minutes? The woman said she had genes. They come out with it. Because she was talking about, it was everybody was getting, she know she got the best genes because she had jeans on. She was really talking about white jeans. Missed that one. I tell you, they come out, they send a message to the rest of the white folks, man, we gotta get rid of these niggas. She got the best jeans. She didn't mean she had jeans on, but she's really talking about white jeans. And that's what eugenics is all about. And so the whole idea, that's what Margaret Sanger came out of. That's her movement. Because she said she had to sterilize all black people and she was going to use preachers to do it. Check it out. She said she would use black preachers to convince them. And she's the one that started Planned Parenthood. You know, I actually had this sister, I had my own IT business, right, for years. And I was a consultant, my own business. And I used to, when I was in Chicago, I used to take contact with her, and she would give me, put me to different places that needed somebody, right? So I'd go through her, right? Sometimes when I met her, she like, we became friends, and she, hey man, just, about this, whatever. Anyway, when I moved back from Chicago back to New Jersey, back to New Jersey, right? She came out that way for something. And so she came and visit, I introduced my children and everything else. I was living in a mini mansion at that time, right? Up in Orange. And anyway, she went back to Chicago. And she told me she was having some kind of hysterectomy. I couldn't say it the other day. Some problem that women usually get a hysterectomy for. I don't know, I'm not a female, I don't know how it deals. But she told me she had to get hysterectomy because she had this situation that was causing all kinds of problems. And I tried to tell her, why don't you try fasting or something with anything? Don't do that. But this is what Planned Parenthood was telling me. That's another form of abortion. But once you do that, you can't have children anymore. She went and did it anyway. And she still felt bad afterwards. I said, she still had the same problems afterwards. I didn't want to say, I told you so. Right? So, and then she was young. She was a young woman, beautiful woman. And she said she can't get married. That's that. She stopped talking to me. Because I told her, I said, don't you know that about Planned Parenthood? She got mad at me because I told her Planned Parenthood was started by Margaret Sanger, who was Ku Klux Klan and one sterilized black people. I said, why would she get mad about it? She hadn't taught me since then. She had never got it. So she got mad at me. I can't figure that one out. That's how people are messed up like that. So now, last time I did talk about it, she couldn't, that's why we got that thing about Planned Parenthood, because she said she can't find her husband. Because she can't find anybody because nobody wanted her because she can't have children. But that's what they was doing. They were sterilizing black women back then. They still probably doing it now. Because you go to have a baby, and then and the doctor would tie their tubes and stuff like that there without the woman knowing it. Then later on, she couldn't understand why she couldn't have any children. That was the whole thing, to get rid of black people. That's a Margaret Singer. Planned Parenthood. Look at Planned Parenthood. It was started by Margaret Singer, right? Her whole plan was to eradicate black people. Say it was what she called us a weeds or something. And black women run over there. She don't understand how it got started. Why she started? That was the purpose. So she want to use black preachers to help her convince black women to be sterilized. They would sterilize black, and that thing came out. Tuskegee experience came out of that too. How to sterilize men with syphilis and carry on. Eugenics. So that's something most black folks don't know anything about it. Look at it, right? See, prominent America's eugenics expound on their concerns of race suicide or decreasing differential birth rate between immigrants and non, or in other words, black folks are about populating fast for them.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward? Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm going to mention this is the first target. See, because those people there, they're part of the problem. And you'll see in a minute. Because this whole idea remember, is destroy us. As this book says, either you're with me or you're against me. And they're in on it. Farrakhan's leading it. Now, we're going to show it. Right? That's one of the things I'm going to get into. Because it's got such thing, okay. They talk about demons, but they don't tell you what, you don't know what demons are. You think, well, that's some kind of spooky thing. No. If you understand the scriptures clearly, right? Okay. First of all, seed. Now, they tell you ignore seed. Or you don't even think about it at all. Because you think anybody that got one drop of black blood make you black. Maybe black don't make you original. It's the seed that counts. And the seed comes from the male. The egg is not alive. It's living material, but it's not alive. The sperm is. It's a live being. Sperm is a live being looking for an egg. It's got some form of intelligence because it knows it's looking for an egg and it's moving. So it's got some form of intelligence. Instinctive, whatever. It's alive. And it came from the Father. That's the same thing to take a verified master from Muhammad, but when it comes to Farrakhan, it don't matter anymore. It don't matter what your mother and father is. It does matter. You put an orange seed in the ground, it's not come apple, pear, or anything else from home. Orange seed, period. So whatever your father, that's what you are. That's one of the reasons all the nations recognize that, because I don't know, there may be some exception somewhere, but your surname, your family name comes from your father. Why? Because they want to track the seed. They're tracking the egg, they're tracking the seed. See who you really, where you really come from. But Farrakhan's father's devil. We got proof of it. He says it. We got him actually saying it himself. He don't want to call them devils anymore. But he says his father's father is a white Caucasian Portuguese Jew. I'm making up to go check it for yourself. I mean, I can show you the proof. So keep that in mind. So the thing is that we got a demon is someone's half devil, half man. That's what a demon is. Wolf in sheep clothing. That's what a demon is. Read Mark, you get that. Legion was the chief demon. Why did they say name Legion? Yeah, so it's named Legion. Legion. ION, that's NOI backwards in it. Legions, Louis Eugene. Is that Farrakhan's name? Louis Eugene. He gonna argue about the last part. He said Walcott. No, Walcott was not his father. Walcott was the man she was living with when she got raped. Walcott, he knows, he'll tell you Walcott was not his father. Right? So where did you get so what was her mother's maiden name then? Because he got her mother's maiden name. His Walcott was not she verified that myself. Walcott, and actually, if you go out there and you go out there and Google it, I didn't put it out there. Go and Google Farrakhan's father says Percival Clark is a picture of a white man. Percival Clark, not Walcott. So if his last name is going to be based on that, his last name would be Louis Eugene Clark. But she was raped by him, so her maiden name was Grounds. Sarah Mae Grounds or something like that there. So the name Louis Eugene Grounds. You can't make that up, brothers and sisters. He want to argue about it, G fine. He did. He turned NOI backwards. That's where demon comes from. So we're going to explain who demons are, who the jinn are, who the angels are, who the dragon is, who the serpent is, who Adam and Eve is, who Gog and Magog is. We're going to explain all that, and we're going to prove it all. And move on, brothers and sisters. See, these are guilty of just what I just said here. Let's go back and see what it says here. See, these are guilty, openly guilty. That means they severe chastisement. All you got to do is go on Sunday and listen to these guys and see that they do exactly what this thing says. Go back and look at it.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
They openly do it. They never mention the covenant. They read it, but they jump past that. It says, believe part and disbelieve the other. They read with Abraham, it says, we're going to be a stranger and foreign and all that kind of stuff. And then the next verse says, after 40 years, we're going to return home and tell you exactly where, between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt, which is Arabia. Oh, we ain't going nowhere. So they're guilty of that right there. It's right there. It said they get not just a chastisement, the worst. Because most means the worst, right? If you got the most money, you got the most. Right, you get the worst chastisement. And we ain't talking about weeks, years, 1,000 years from now. We talking about literally days. Because when this war resumes, the Middle East, it's all over. Come on, brothers and sisters. This I don't know if I don't see what I got yet. Let me see what I got here. Hold on. Okay, same thing. Those seal or the book that Elijah revealed take for a small price. They can seal the part about us going home. They said we ain't going nowhere. It says right there. And that's God's word. It's a covenant, means God's word sealed. His word. He says, if you make a covenant, he said, this is a covenant. He said, Abraham giving you a covenant, my word, that after 40 years, you're going to return back to where they are, and it tells you exactly so you're no mistake, right? Because they may say, well, Abraham was in America, and they said no. He says between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt, which is Arabia. Look it up. But they said not only that they don't mention it, they say we ain't going nowhere. They call God a liar. You read it yourself and take my word for it. You read, go and read the rest as well. So I'm trying to get to the main point. And here it is. Now this is Quran where they say it's impeccable. Right? For all time. Allah the best know. It's Allah speaking here. He said this book no doubt in it. It's cut the chase down here. Those who believe in that was revealed to thee, they will be for thee. So they can't. So what was revealed, that's the Quran. Before that's the Bible. So they have to believe in it. So they can't tell me, I said, well, something. No, they have to believe in it. It doesn't say they have to believe some or all of it. That shows right there they're guilty. So the point is, brothers and sisters, if you got eyes and you can see, but it's total darkness, then you can't see anything. But your eyes open, but if the lights come on, you can see. But if you keep your eyes permanently shut, even if the light comes on, you can't see anything. And if you're blind, you still can't see anything. And we got people in both categories. Because people with Farrakhan, it's because they either don't have eyes or they have them permanently closed. Because any reading was shut for, there's nothing in the scriptures, nowhere. Show me, I give you $5,000, show me anything in scripture to verify him as who he claims he's the Messiah, all that kind of stuff. I give $5,000. I put it out, it's been years. For years I put it out there. And nobody stepped forward. They know about it. They curse me out. They send me nasty grams. But no one stepped forward and says, and try to shut me down. I said, show me one verse in the scripture, one verse that verifies Farrakhan, who claims he is. Just one. They can't find one. It's none. Every verse comes shit. Every verse comes shit Farrakhan. Every verse. Aaron, shit Farrakhan. Peter, shit Farrakhan. Every way he claims he is, he comes to shit. If he was Aaron, Aaron was no good. If he worshiped, God cursed him. Moses cursed him. Elijah cursed him. You say, and plus in Malachi, he's the one robbing the nation. Curse with a curse. Now tell me, any man that's truthful will tell you that before it's a piece of shit in the bag and his wealth man had to taken away, he'd rather be dead. Every man, unless he's 90 years old, already gone, ain't probably, he'd rather be dead. Just do me. So that happened to Farrakhan. He's 55 years old. So you never tell that's not a curse. It's definitely not a trial because they can't restore that. And he claims nothing happens without God's will. So that means it was God. That's what he said. Nothing happens without God's will. That means God willed him to be castrated, disemboweled, and pissing and shit in the bag. Now, if that's not a curse, what is it? Why? Because he was robbing the nation. Because I was there. I was there from 1775 when they robbed the nation. When Elijah Muhammad departed, I was foreman in the Muhammad Street newspaper, night foreman. My car was financed through the Nation's Bank. I live in the Nation Complex. Beautiful apartment, I think 87th Street, I believe it was. Right across from that school over there. Big old complex. So forth, so on. All that lost. They got rid of everything. Put the money, left the bleeds with nothing. And then they got rid of the nation altogether, started some called Belialians. They got rid of it. It wasn't no nation. That's why people fell away, because Elijah was gone, there wasn't no nation. It just wasn't. That's what he did. Tell him live, Farrakhan. Okay? That's what happened. Move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, the snare. Let's see what the snare is. Now, see, this is what it's saying. See, the thing is, I'm going to go into more detail this because I'm going to have a very comprehensive communication here, right? This is a good word, use comprehensive, right? The thing is, the Bible is clear, but the thing is, they got a bait and switch. They telling you, oh, that doesn't apply to you. That applies to false Israel. So therefore, false Israel says they never been in mind. They told that's the problem here with the one you call Jesus that never existed in the Bible, because they told us that we never been in bondage, because he said truth will make you free. So we never been in bondage to anybody. So how you tell me that? So that means the extra stuff doesn't apply to them. So and he called them out. I said, no, well, you're not Satan. You're not Abraham's seed. So your father's the devil. Works you will do. So they're not Israel. He's telling them they ain't. And it also says in the angel, in Revelation, that those who say they're Jews ain't. They're synagogue of Satan. Those are clear passages right there if you claim you believe in the Bible. That means it ain't them. But they tell you this because then you think this applies to them. Because your situation fits exactly, perfect fit, tailor-made. Your in the Bible, it's tailor-made. That situation is tailor-made for you. Fits you perfectly. 340 years over here in strange land. You know, they said when we go into captivity, Israel goes into captivity, the United States will go into captivity in ships. Read it. I think it's Isaiah or Jeremiah. You go, they take you in ships. How the hell you need to go to a ship from Palestine to Egypt? Just walk across the damn border, like taking a ship going here to Canada. We were taking the ships, but they have to tell you no, because if you see who you are, false. But then they couldn't fool you, because right here you don't pay attention to this here because you think that applies to someone else. See, let us deal wise with them. They say multiply. Remember I said about eugenics, it was multiply too fast. Come to pass that when they fell out of war, they joined onto enemies. That means they realized That because they tell us they are friends, and they are real enemies. They declared war against us 40 years ago. They declared war 40 years ago, and the war is still going on as long as there's one soldier standing. And I'm still standing, right? Elijah's standing. And they join to our enemies and fight against us. Why would we fight against them? Because they are real enemies. They don't want you to know it. And get up and leave out of the land. That means this is our land. Why are we leaving if this is our land? Farrakhan said we ain't going nowhere because he's one of them. You understand? Read that. But it said deal with what they, in other words, deal with what they want to get rid of you, but they want to do it in a way you won't see it. Won't see it coming. Let's look at the next one here. They have said, come, let's wipe them out as a nation. Who's being wiped out as a nation? Not false. They got a nation over there. Africa got a nation. Africa got a, we don't have a nation with us. We're trying to build a nation. We are a nation, but we don't even know a nation. We're going to divide everything else. Right now as a nation. So the name Israel will be no longer be remembered. So we're the real Israel. That's why I use the word Israel. They spell like that there. That's the hint right there. See? Because they spell that way. That's not the way you spell Israel. Right? That may be too deep for you. Right? Because that means they spelled it wrong. That means they're not Israel. Right? We Israel. Israel. Another little hint there. See, Jacob was renamed Israel. That's no story together. But if Jacob, they was African people. They said people say Jews ain't they say not. So you gonna believe in your Jesus? You claim he's your Jesus? You gonna believe in him? He told you he telling you right there. They're lying. To those who say they're Jews, they're lying to you. So you're not gonna believe him? You claim you're a Christian. You're not gonna believe him? He says those who say Jews, they're lying. So you're the real Israel. So that means they're planning to wipe you out without you realize it's coming. That's what he's trying to seize right now. Got that genocide going over there. They was sensitize the nation to it. So they do it here. Got these detention centers. They can do it. They can use American military now against the president. Can do it against citizens, which is illegal in the Constitution, but they allow them to do it. They got another thing too, right? Did you notice this? See, you ain't noticing these things. They could take prisoners, American prisoners, right, and put them in prison in El Salvador. Now, why would they take American prisoners? These citizens now, not in, right? They can take American citizens and relocate them down to El Salvador in their prisons. And Americans often built prisons down there for it. So why would you want to take American prisoners? What American prisoners think? Who's the most American prisoners in the prison? You. But you see, they close in on you. Farrakhan, he told to be quiet. Yeah. First of all, he's incapacitated, number one, even if he wasn't. Right? They told him to keep his goddamn mouth shut because they already blew his ass up. See, he ain't got the message. He worked for them. And you're going to find him in it. I got proof. And they're going to out him anyway. And no one else talking about it either. Because they all, if you read this thing about the FBI thing, that was the whole thing to keep us confused, and put these people out there to talk this stuff like this guy called Son of Man, Eric, and all these bullshit. Let's see. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay. I'm going to take a small little 1 minute break, brothers and sisters. Then we're going to talk this in my close. Then tomorrow, probably later on tomorrow, we get into the series, right? But I'm just laying the foundations for you. So when I start talking, you know what we're talking about. This is one more second here. Mm-hmm. I'm going to introduce you to Angel Key. So that may help. You might be able to follow some of the things we're talking about. It requires really to take some study, but anyway, just have some idea where this information is coming from. Because the angel is so-called revelations, what you call revelations. It was sealed. Seals had to be broken. And when you broke it, that explained everything. So only one person could do it. Now, unless you know someone has done it, that means anybody's talking about it, they'll have no idea what they're talking about. And I've listened to years, and I've had not one person come and say anything in there was even close to even Elijah Muhammad. He didn't say what was right in there. He was guessing himself. Right? But he said the book was sealed. He said it was under veil. He was guessing what is in there. So I have no problem with that. Spiritually he was correct, but precisely no, because it says no one could have any idea what it meant until the seals were broken. Okay, so let's look into it. Let's go into it. Let me check something out real quick first, bro. Just to make sure I didn't check this before. Make sure I had this problem. Okay, that's good. Okay, see here. Now it says there was four creatures. Each of them had six wings. So the lion, calf, face of a man, and eagle. Now what I forgot to show here, and the top one was red, this was brown, this was yellow, and this was white. But the top two is gold. That's a little more complicated. But top two wings are gold, like this one here. The top two is gold. Right? So the top should be gold. So it's the golden part, it's the Islamic part of that nation. Each one is representing a nation. So and the bottom part represents like the basically the Christian part of the nation. Loosely speaking, so first like a lion, you put them together like this. Then you had no, it has seven spirits. Remember, it's the head, so it's seven pieces to it all together. That and then the wings. So then you had the seven spirits, right? And so here's seven spirits. Right? That was the whole thing. That right. See, that's what it describes it. So what does that mean? See, because people don't even know this angel key. This is the key. Unlock the rest of the scriptures. Because remember, it's sealed with this key here. So let's go and see. Let's take a little further. I'm gonna give you some highlights here, right? So remember, this represents Europe. Face of man, Buddha, calf. Right. This represents Asia. This represents Africa. This represents the original nation. Seven spirits. Now, seven spirits were all gold when they came here, and then they got corrupted. So half the nation are demons, bad spirits, because they raped our people, women, incessantly. And so half of it, so that's no story. I use that. Anyway, I'm just cutting the chase here, getting the short version. So here it is, right? See? Lion, calf, face man, eagle, seven spirits. So how does that work? Then this is the sun. Let's all store together, right? Okay. And so what happened here? Okay, I'm not sure what happened. I did that. This is Asia. So top to top, okay, let me back up here. This represents Asian nation. Right? Back up again. The Islamic part. Well, the Arabs are part of the Asian. There's this Islamic part of it, right? Remember, that's the gold. That part is gold. It should be the same here. I didn't do it. I was just trying to emphasize this, and that's why I didn't put the gold. This would be gold here too, because these two right here, this isn't part of this, which would be Iran and Syria, right? They're Caucasian on one side, but the original on the other side is like Master Muhammad. You understand? That's what's going on there. So they're original, but they got right? Because the top part is original. It's got Caucasian on the maternal side, right? So that's why Arabs all turn themselves white now. They're really black people. Muhammad's black, but they all turn. I got a daughter. I was married to a woman from Morocco, Arab woman, maybe a long time ago. I got a picture of my daughter. Now she's grown now, right? And but your mother took to my. I ain't seen her daughter for years. I ain't know it. Ran off with her. And next time I saw my daughter, she contacted me on the internet. White as snow. White as snow. Because they whiten themselves up over there. So they're the golden calf. See, that's how you define who the golden calf. That's who Farrakhan have you worshiping. The Sunnis are Sunni Arabs are the golden calf. These guys just worship Sunniism. If you understand it, that's what Angel Key was explaining this stuff. This is the gold part of this too. Like I said, I was emphasizing this one how to go because all these would be gold. This would be gold here too. Right? I have gold here on this one. I didn't put it on the other one. So anyway. So they're the jinn. They're the ones who refused to submit to Adam, which the Europeans. We submitted. We told submission. So we the real Muslim, because Islam means someone total submission to the will of Allah. The angels said they submit somebody make men shed blood. It means they're going to teach you to be righteous. They're going to mess you up. They mess us up. But we total submission. We've been fighting them constantly, toe to toe, for the last 5 years. Sunnis. We ain't going to accept any of that stuff. We ain't going to accept your religion. We're not going to accept none of your stuff. We're going to accept your government, your economics, none of that stuff. We ain't gonna accept none of it. That's what degenerates. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Oh well, what happened here? I lost that. Hold on, brothers and sisters. I gotta. I wanted to show you something. Hold on, let me see if I can correct this real quick. This is important. I need you to see this. I know I was gonna mess up somewhere. Hold on, let's see if I can find it. Yeah, it's right there. Okay, I just got. Okay. Well, I'm doing more aspects of it, but you find it very interesting. Maybe. Oops. Oops. No, I think it'll work. Okay. Okay. Now remember, these are. Okay. So watch this. See this? Remember that? I said this. Now, this one is the eagle in the background, and the top is gold. I forgot to do it before, right? So this represents it, Iran and Syria. This represents America down here. If you see in the background, see the flag. This represents Russia. This represents the EU here in the background. This represents Britain. So they're European countries. And the one in the center here is Satan, the one sitting on the throne. Remember that in the Andrew said he had the book, and the Lamb took the book from him. But how could he be God? He has a book that he wrote, but he don't understand the book he wrote himself. No, he took the book from Satan. They had the book. Satan's the one sitting on the throne, and they're the one controlling all other European nations. That's what Israel's telling us, right? Okay. But see, now what it's saying is that, and you can't make this up, brothers and sisters. This angel tell this is another form of the key. So it says all the nations are under control of the European nations. That's what it's saying here. Right? Except these two didn't participate in that, but they're European on the maternal side. Right? Okay, so it says Europe had colonized, right, the African nations. That's what happened. European countries. It says that UK, which is Magog, right, they dominated the Asian countries, India, Arabia. That's what happened. Right? Now here you got Russia. You say, well, how did Russia dominate the Asian, the Oriental countries? See, well, remember these different characters. This is colonization, this is domination here, right? But this is ideological because they dominate them in ideology. Communism, Korea, Vietnam, China, they're under Russian authority. Not authority, but influence. That's the way they had them, you know, con- ideologically. And then us, it's not in it. We under control of America. You can't make it up, brothers and sisters. That's the angel key. And then it says that it's a 24 elders. Remember, it's 24 of these. Six wings times four is 24. Now, Elijah Muhammad thought that meant the 24 scientists. No, these are the elders. So I say elders is 24. When they say 24, it's not talking about science. Somewhere right here. So they do their crowns down, right? Okay, let's look at that. I'm gonna give you the highlights. Right? This was so-called JCPOA. Said it'd be on the foot of the nations, right? JCPOA that Obama initiated. Okay? And it said how long they be. And I do the math. I'm not sure of the math and everything. And it says they'd be there. And then after Trump got rid of it, then they start moving back up again. What happened? Okay, it's not showing it. Why didn't it show that? It should be showing that. Okay, this where we are right now is these are moving up to here, and they're in conflict with these, right? In conflict with America. I mean, because maybe I should show that. Give me a second, bro, scissors. I got that far, right? Maybe I should just show it, then close. Find it. This is explaining right here who America, Gog and Magog is. Because it tells you these are the two witnesses. Farrakhan talking about him and Elijah were two. They're not two witnesses. Not two witnesses at all. They ain't two witnesses are these. Okay, go there. Not gonna be I would like it, but you get the point. Because this tells you exactly what's happening right now. That's why I need to educate. Okay. Then this, and this one finally. Okay. And this. Like that right now. Actually, this, I should just take these out so you get the point. Well, no, I leave it there. It's this, then this. Hold on. Okay, let's see. A second. Give me another second, bro. Let me close out a minute. Okay, do it that way. Not quite, not quite as nice how I would normally do it, but you get the point. Oops. Here we go. Because this predicted JCPOA, and anyone that's been paying attention to my presentation, you go back and look. I told you the JCPOA was coming and that it would not be renewed. And so at this point, right, so let's follow this through. It's cast down, it says, read by the witnesses, right? And then they start rising after it was abandoned, they start rising, right? And now this is where we are right now. This was about to happen. They're about to go to war with false Israel, America, and Britain. I'm going to show one more thing from here. Oh, what I'm doing. I might show one more thing while I'm here. Close. This was about to happen. Because they're right now, they're worn out. It's like this now ceasefire pause. And then hopefully I'll start my series. I might do a little something else before I finish, but anyway, I'm pretty close to finishing today. Yeah, okay. Here, JCPOA for the nations. That's UN, and UN means for the nations, right? Then Trump gets rid of it and start moving up. So now they're pushing against, pushing up, push the way back up, right? Because America and Britain, well, still had control of the Middle East. They was dominating the Middle East, right? And Syria and India, and Iran kicked down, right? Okay, that's next. And then conflict. It's a pause now. It's not a ceasefire. It's a pause. That means like in between rounds. This was going to happen. And I'm saying it's going to happen most likely this month. Kick them out. Kick America, Britain, and falls out. America, Britain out of the Middle East. Going to kick them out. Well, Israel's going to be there. Going to be under siege. And this will happen. They got kicked out. Falls Israel. It's alone, abandoned, surrounded by armies, and then it's taken out. That's about to happen. It's going to happen before the end of the year. You're going to see this happening within the next few days. That's the angel key. Once you understand how it works, I'm not just putting stuff in there. I'm following what the scriptures. The scriptures tell me how to move this stuff around. Now, I've been saying this going back years before this war even started. Years. They did platform me a few times, but I still got to go out at least 5 or 6, 7 years now. before any of this stuff happened. What I showed you right there is out there. Anybody's been paying attention to Angel, they know it's true. Okay, brothers and sisters, let me see. I think that's going to be it. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay, so when I start back, I'm gonna start and cover these subjects, and then I'm gonna cover these subjects. So um, let me get a little hint. Then a little taste of it. I'm gonna go. Let me see what Trump had to say. See, pay attention, brothers and sisters. They're closing in on you. They're setting you up. They're gonna do it in a way you won't see it coming.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These are these people that you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work, and they've tried. We've tried. Everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
Trying to tell you, watch the weather, watch the climate. What's the climate in America right now? See what he just said? That white guy, he tried to clean it up. And what he said was, they can't get niggas to go out and pick that cotton anymore. And said, we've been trying to do it. How have you been trying to do it? That's what he just says, this is Trump. How you been trying to get us back in there? That's the question I gotta ask. How you been trying? Say, but we're trying to do it. Why didn't he say we can't get Americans to do it? No. Inner city can't get the niggas to do it. You see the climate? What do you think? We got a couple more of this close, brothers and sisters. I'm telling you, watch the weather, you better watch the climate, because I'm telling you, it's moving in on you. They already moved in. You just gotta pull the trigger. Everything hinges about what happened in the Middle East. Because if Israel collapses, it means you're going to realize the truth. Because right now they got you believing that you're just for a slave, you ham and all that kind of stuff. And they're doing everything they can to make sure you don't see who you really are. That's what Farrakhan, he's part of it. But he said, no, you ain't going nowhere. So he calling God a liar. I mean, it's not enough for you. It says right there, we return 400 years. That's what God says. He gave his word. And Farrakhan said we ain't going nowhere, so he's calling God a liar. Ain't that enough for you? Read it. So if you still got your head up in his ass, then you keep it there. We're only looking for the people that got eyes who are open. It said the people who sit in the dark and see the great light. It means in the dark they can't see because there's no light. They got their eyes open, there's no light. They're seeking the light. It said the people are seeking the son of Master Covenant. They were seeking the light. Their eyes open, they're seeking it. So when the light comes, they'll see it. But the one that ain't seeking it, they got their eyes closed. They don't need seeking anything. They got shucks, and the light comes, they ain't gonna say anything. Because they close their eyes. That's what people with Farrakhan, because they with him on emotional reasons. They don't have him intellect, because if they was him on intellect, they wouldn't be with him, because they can't find any scripture that supports him. None, zero. I give $5,000. Show me just one scripture in the Bible or the Quran supports Farrakhan. This one, they can't. Been out for years. No one stepped up to it yet. So they on emotional reason. Oh, he's cute. I like him. He like way talk. That's why they keep him incognito, because when you attach somebody on an emotional level, right, then that spell can be broken. Intellectual level, right? Okay. Because if you love somebody intellectually, that's more powerful than emotionally, because emotion is what most likely weather can change. If somebody's my enemy on an emotional level, right, they're less dangerous than somebody my enemy on an electoral level. Because on an electoral level, you say, Roach, you're going to kill it. You're just not emotional about it. You kill it. It's intellectual. I don't want to stuff in my house. And what happened is the lessons Matt Farrakhan gave you told us that we got to watch these devils. These devils are devils on the intellectual level, not the emotional level. I mean, he tells exactly the reason why we can't have them around. We got to get rid of them. See? But it's an emotional level, like Farrakhan's telling you. See, if you admit the enemies, they can be your friends. See, because he tells you on an emotional level. So it's an emotional level, right? Okay, we can be friends. We can be friends now. We can stay and all that, you know. So they would Farrakhan on an emotional level. So we don't want them, because they're stupid. We don't want them. And I explain all that. He's a magnet that attracts those type of people. Fine. Let's look at the next one. And close, brothers and sisters. And this is what these people say.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, you know, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think, because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, you know, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are. And that's real. And no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a thing.
Is
one culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the Founding Fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
This is... There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes
Once you
with
start
it.
rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes
Once you
with
start
it.
rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude.
But
Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of I certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, cause the rest of it suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
Okay, brothers and sisters, did you catch any of that? Gonna be a civil war. You got to choose either be black or you're gonna be with whites. That's what he's saying. He says it's unavoidable. Right. He says, it's only one set of values. One would dominate the other. Right. And if you don't, and it's based in the law, so the law reflects their values. And if you don't submit to that law and conform to that law, right, then you'll be punished. Is that what he said? I mean, you have to break that down for you? And you know who that person is? That's Tucker Carlson. Right? He was a big wig over at Fox News. In fact, he was their top person. He was by far. And then something went down with that GoFit. Something went down with that election thing, and they sued, and I think they had to let him go or something. So now he's a podcast, big guy on the internet. He's got, he interviews. I mean, he just got finished interviewing the president of Russia, stuff like that. He always talks to Trump anytime he wants to. Just call him up. So he's not just anybody. Well, I'm saying he's nobody. But the point is, you understand what I'm saying? This is what he's saying. It's got to be this way, our way, white folks, and then it's Christianity thing. First of all, the concept of free will is not in the Bible anywhere. It's not in the Quran. It's not anywhere. Actually, in the Quran, we actually say you don't have independence. That's some bullshit they can't wit. They say, well, Christianity, no. Like, Christianity is the ones causing all the damn problems. Christianity would rape us, beat us. There was Christians that did it under Christian philosophy. See, people are sick. They're desperate to glorify themselves. How you gonna vote Christianity right? When it's the one that's causing all the damn problems. But see, he's talking about war. We can have niggas take on this country. It's a white country. He actually says it. White country. And we don't want to go in anybody's else's culture. Either they conform to our culture, be punished, or get the hell out of here. Like I said, he's not just anybody. He's not just somebody walking on the internet. Let's look at the next one, brothers and sisters. Pay attention. And on here, when you hate something, you change it. You don't change things that you love. You like chocolate cake, they give it to you, you don't change it. But you like chocolate cake and they give you vanilla, say, can you put some chocolate on that or something? You don't change things that you love. You change things that you hate. And the more you change it, the more you hate, the more you change it. See, so you got Farrakhan to, oh, we came here because we're sinful and we did all this to ourselves. But then he's trying to back off of that one lately. Well, at least his sycophants are. Right? But the point is they change us 100%. And if you try to change back, you catch hell. They change 100%. Name, culture, religion, everything. They try. Nobody forced. They forced that fucking Christianity off on us. That's what it is. And they're fucking Christ. They forced that shit off on us. They don't force. They force on us. We didn't come in and just get it. In fact, if you watch that movie, Amistad, what they call it, they show all the sisters was Muslim. They forced them, and nobody forced it. They forced on us. Beat and burn everything else. They forced on us. We didn't just accept it. They're sick. They self-deluded. But they all agree on one point. They don't want. We rather do what they tell us to do. Be like them, or we die. Here's 100%. They change 100%. They show they hate us 100%. And you start talking about, oh, well, I want to be a Muslim, or I want to change my name from Joseph Nickelbob to Ahmed Sharif. Oh, watch what happened to you. I don't want to do Christianity no more. And Exodus tell you about that too. It tells you about that cross, that brass cross, brass pole. That's talking about Christianity too, but you don't understand it. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. Then I'm gonna close out.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
That's and as I clarified,
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian, and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, They're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful. Does your religion
dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
Now, this person, he speaks to the president too. In fact, he was on this White House staff. I think of Biden maybe, but he speaks directly to the president. He's part of that group, and here's what he's saying. He's saying the same thing the other person saying. All stuff's coming out. We got to protect this country. It should be all white. We can't have any. We can't have any diversity, right? War's coming. And he says it's coming. He said it's gonna be terrible. Who? Between us and them. They're telling you. He's not nobody. He actually can talk to the president. Goes up there. He's a colonel. I think, out of West Point or something. He's not just anybody. People. He's on the internet. Right. So he had access to the White House and to the people up there. Like, so he was on one of the staff something. This is stuff that's taken this week. It's not old stuff. Watch the weather. That's the climate. And they predict it's going to happen soon. Because they know they can't tell you what they know, but they know they're closing in on us. They got to eradicate. They don't need you anymore. They got jobs for you. They want to hurry up and get you out of there so they can put the robots in there and have to pay them anything. Just charge them up. Most put some grease on them. They already surround you. That's why he's already putting, you say, oh, it's crime. So you're putting soldiers, right? So you don't be suspicious when you see soldiers walk across your path. Oh, well, they're keeping us safe. No. They got the eye on you. See what they're saying? That's what they're saying. That's the climate, brothers and sisters. So that's why I'm going to go and talk to these and cover these subjects. And for the next week, I'm going to concentrate on these things. Try to give you I'm trying to give you a feel of what's actually happening right now. Because right now, you in jeopardy. Oh, they wouldn't do it to you? You listen to these preachers that they ain't going to do this to us. Okay. What are they doing over in Gaza? We've been doing it for 400 years. You learned anything? It's telling you, if it tells you got to flee immediately, that means they're already plans already in place. And no one's telling you about this but myself. Now, if you understand this, right, I would suggest, we don't want your money. I'm self-sufficient. He said the real son of man, be self-sufficient, he wouldn't ask for any money. Self-sufficient. Don't want your money. It's a free gift. You already earned it. Don't want your money. You be self-taught. Okay. So, if you understand this, you might want to email the links to your friends. If this is valuable, it means something, email the link to your friends, family. Okay. The information will get out there just before they actually attack. Because Farrakhan is going down. He said the message of the covenant, or the Ancient of Days, wool hair, dark skin again. We're going to take Farrakhan out. The Lord consume with spirit of his mouth. Oh, let me one more thing. Look. Now, they tell you. It says that the God, no, it didn't say it's God. God, he got his will. It's not no pacifying will. It's a will to kick ass. It's worship. But it said Suleiman's, his sword would be his mouth. Right? That's his weapon. The first target is going to be the son of perdition, who the Lord consumed with the spirit of his mouth, and destroy the bright of his coming. That's no sign of the Messiah. He's probably. So why would somebody tell you your weapon is a gun and then tell you don't use it? Well, that's the weapon you got to fight, go to battle with. You're supposed to be in a battle, you're on the battlefield. Somebody tell you don't use your. Why would they tell you that? Unless they want you to get killed, they're trying to lose the war, or the infiltrator. Because they don't tell you to use that means they don't want you killing They're people. You're an infiltrator. You got an infiltrator, right? So he's on the other side, but you don't. But he's you don't know it. So he tell you, stop shooting, man, because who you shooting? You shooting his people. So why would God tell Farrakhan to shut up if he's the Messiah, and that's his weapon in his mouth? Ponder over that one. Why tell him to shut up? Because God ain't told him the goddamn thing. He's a goddamn liar. Let me close out, but let me show this, and then cover these. So that's my plan for the next week, unless something comes up, unless this war break. I think it's gonna start any day now, bro. Says that's Master Muhammad got. It says no one knows but Master Muhammad. My calculation says, last year I thought last year things was warming up. Right? It actually did start this year. It actually did start. It's on pause now. So it resumes or hell break loose. Let me check something out, then I'm gonna close, bosses. Let me check something out real quick. Then I'm gonna close. Good thing I did check this. I was gonna mess this up. Yeah. History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean it up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. And it's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black, and this was God's will. God's will. The enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet, what's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus, what could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing from ripping off everyone. The legacy of Christianity has been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
That do it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own. power, they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will, you are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man said you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and We're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. When there was an agreement made, a former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go to where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came, man. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. Okay, so we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they have big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They say, they looked at the farmers when they done the farmers said, oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come you know, right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and man, they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? And so they'll be praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic Covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left, they took, that was offered to them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying and begging the master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and to drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done this for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep they thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See, and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They you know, business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, you know, because, I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing you for it. If he thought, if he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1,000,000, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people and you know, on all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, and ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Okay. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation, right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. You know, if you're going to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold, right? But if you take and print, you say you got a million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So if $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right, then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. $1 million. Hardly worth anything. Oh, what about you? Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your money, you control your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's craps because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You don't know how to engineer, build a house. You don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still had your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you want to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you could call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Traveland. Farrakhan. They met the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, now blacks either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 states. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything that we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they all thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. Then they're gonna do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border, and what you gonna do? You gonna fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and living in the get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here. Because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you, you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys, come here. Disaster over there. And, oh, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what something they call it right there. That 6 day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farrakhan Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farrakhan Muhammad. Master Farrakhan said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to him. Said, would we please come and get him? Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so you might get any more reports on Okay, he says that was Matthew Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those. Wow, they came in. All that came in today, man. Came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, well, please send us some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send us some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send us some food. He says, no. He refused. That's what I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read it to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay? Just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.